Welcome to the Intuitive Tennis Wimbledon coverage. The first live stream, starting with last year's champion, Jannik Sinner. That's a tradition in Wimbledon. The previous year's champion gets to play first on center court. Sinner serving against Kecmanovic, a very dangerous player. And Sinner starts it off with a nice wide serve, 15 love. A full month of Sinner was painful, says Jess. I agree with you 100%. Very painful. Not a big serve from Sinner. A forehand cross-court approach. Kecmanovic can't handle it. Hits a squash shot long, 30 love. How do we turn closed captions off on this? Let's check that out. CC off, thank you. I'll discuss this later in my day one coverage, but very frustrating start to Wimbledon for me as I was, signing up for ESPN again. Sign up for the $40 package. Now, it includes like ace from Sinner out wide. It includes Fox, which I'm subscribed to as well to stream the World Cup, so I can watch it from anywhere, which I'm paying $20 for. So I'm out of $60 for something that used to cost like, ESPN used to be like $11 or $10. Then they raised it to $12 once, but now $40 for this max package that I certainly need. I need the max package or you're not going to be able to watch all matches. So I turn it on and wow, what a return from Kecmanovic there. Backhand cross-court return winner, 40-15. The first thing, minute and a half commercial to start off my $40 experience. Minute and a half commercial that you can't click out of. It is by far the absolute worst way to stream tennis. That's ESPN. And we'll discuss it later. We're gonna rip them a new one because we as tennis fans, we don't want to put up with this. This coverage is usually way beneath the other networks. Great hold there by Sinner. The team decked out in the blue Nike warm-ups. I thought they were going to wear the white. It's Wimbledon. So yeah, I mean, look, it's very frustrating. It's very frustrating. You know what I mean? But we're going to discuss it later. We need to discuss this. We can't let this slip. HBO was okay. It was a little bit better than, was a little bit worse than the first year, but I mean TNT. And Tennis Channel is tops. I like it a lot. But this is just this is a disgrace. And it's a very, very poor start. You know what I mean? Like, new tennis fans comes to tennis and has to shell out money like that. It's ridiculous. For something that's, if you have the ESPN on the TV, you'll catch matches. They'll show them, but you won't get the max experience. But anyway, Kecmanovic is serving first. There's a lot to discuss here. Sinner with the forehand rip return cross court and the backhand winner with the old school kit from Nike. They're bringing back the court logo. The old school one like this with Pete Sampras was the first player to have this on his clothes, the Nike court logo. A little bit of a retro fit. I like it. Kecmanovic with a big serve down the T15 all. So you know what, like there's question marks for Sinner. We just don't know. We don't know. And I checked the weather forecast. This week going to be okay, but next week boiling hot in London, into the 90s, 80s, 90s. No rain in the forecast whatsoever. So we shall see. Big rally here. Kecmanovic down the line. Forehand Sinner slides with the backhand slice. Misses it wide, 30-15. The Cats man playing well early on. Very dangerous player. I think a player who has not fulfilled his potential yet. I think he's got capabilities to play better than he has so far in his career. He's a top junior. If I remember correctly, he was #1 in the world in juniors. I think he even played Sinner at the Next Gen Finals. Like, this guy is the real deal, but you know, he's hasn't fulfilled his potential yet. I think from a mental standpoint, there are things that he can improve. But just a very solid baseline, an all-around player. And certainly not an easy draw for Sinner. This is a tough match. And Sinner misses the backhand long. Kecmanovic holds 1-all. How you guys been? Somebody says here, you know, it's a month without Sinner was painful. I agree. It's been painful without Sinner and Alcaraz. I saw Carlitos was hitting balls yesterday, which was nice to see. I think for the first time. Hitting very gently, you know? Very gently, nothing too crazy. We need these guys. We need them back. For God's sake. What the? Hold on. Sinner with the big backhand. Hits a winner through the middle of the court. Kind of. Not very far away from the middle. It's a very deep, right on the baseline. 15-love. Like I said in the beginning, question marks with Sinner. You know, as I alluded to, the heat, incoming heat, that's been the talk of the town. Sinner and the heat. I made a video about that a few days ago. You can check it out. Big return there for Kecmanovic. Sinner misses the backhand, 15-all. It certainly is. It opens up some question marks with Sinner, you know, what happened in Roland Garros. No doubt about it. I'm not denying that at all. But for me, the chances for that happening again are small, you know what I mean? There's an ace from Sinner, 30-15. So this certainly is going to be a very important match test to see whether Sinner will continue where he was prior to that Cerundolo match, because let's face it, you know, he was utterly dominating the tour for many months between Indian Wells and Roland Garros. Absolute dominance. And my gut feeling is he will continue where he left off. You know, he alluded to, and Sinner misses an open court forehand inside in. And Kecmanovic with 2 break points. I guess that first backhand was long. I got to turn the volume up. 2 break points for Kecmanovic. Not a good start for Sinner. That first backhand was long, actually. Open court forehand at 15-30. Let's see if he gets out of this. Ace down to T. First break point saved. He alluded to the fact that, you know, his body was he was very tired at Roland Garros. He's played a lot of matches. My theory is that the tournament in Rome actually took a lot out of him mentally and physically, and he's displayed some signs of fatigue and some weird things on the court in Rome. We can talk about that some more. And 2 break points saved for Sinner. He pumps the fist. A very good point there. It's a very nice forehand cross court. Kecman runs it down and Sinner cleans it up close to the net. 2 first serves for Sinner. Down break points. That's what he's known for. Serving his best when it matters the most. But in any case, you know, Sinner alluded to the fact that he was tired there in Roland Garros. I mean, they're very vague about what happened. I mean, he did go to the hospital in Milan and get some tests done. But, you know, the way he won those matches against Rublev and Medvedev, not so much Ruud in the final, but Rublev and Medvedev, and Kecman with the forehand, very high forehand swing volley, missed Sinner with the game point. Rublev match, Medvedev match in Rome, that was worrisome. There were some weird symptoms there. Rublev match out of nowhere, second set was a physical collapse. That was the first one. Then there was a physical collapse against Medvedev. So it's not like it happened for the first time at Roland Garros, but it was rather the ultimate collapse. The ultimate collapse. So maybe that was just, you know, the body just shutting down on him, because I think, to me, it's a combination of the physical and the mental, because that tournament, you know, a lot of people don't take into account the importance of tournaments outside the Grand Slams. They just think it's all about the Grand Slams and everybody should skip everything and just play Grand Slams. And that's certainly not the way the tour works. I mean, tennis works, you know, it's a sport where you're making money from winning tennis matches, and if there would be just 4 tournaments per year, it'd be very difficult to do that. So players play pretty much nonstop, especially the ones that are not going deep. They'll just play nonstop. But the ones that go deep, they have to be a little bit more careful with the scheduling. And certainly, you know, Sinner, having taken this time off between Roland Garros and Wimbledon, is a fantastic thing for him. He recharges batteries. Maybe they did some work on figuring out what was going on in Roland Garros physically. But back to the importance of some of these other tournaments like Masters 1000s and even 500 level or even 250s. If you watch, for example, that final between Ethan Quinn and Davidovich Fokina in Mallorca, which was a 250, and listen, a 250 the week prior to a Grand Slam probably has the lowest importance of all tournaments, because that's the week that pretty much everyone skips, unless somebody hasn't played much and is looking for that confidence in extra matches. So that's a low importance tournament, the 250 the week prior to a Grand Slam, right? But if you know the history of Davidovich Fokina, you know that he was millimeters away from titles twice last year. He was in 4 finals last year and looking for his first title. And this is the most important day of his life yesterday. Or not yesterday, it was on Saturday actually. Sinner with the missed forehands, a little bit shaky in the start, you know. It's not on top of his game yet, 15 all. So Davidovich Fokina, so relieved after the match, he was screaming. He didn't really react after winning the match immediately, but once he shook hands, he completely let loose. Most important win of his life, and it came at a 250. So to think that tennis is all about Grand Slams is idiotic. And back to Sinner, that tournament in Rome means everything to him. That's the biggest tournament in Italy, a very prestigious tournament. A Masters 1000 in your home country, and he felt a lot of pressure there. You could feel that pressure in the match against Medvedev, if you remember that one. It was very tense. Medvedev was playing incredible tennis there, pushing Sinner to the limit. And Sinner came through that, ended up beating Ruud in the final. So I think that tournament took a lot out of him. And there were signs in that tournament of physical issues combined with the mental. And I don't think it's heat related, I'll be really honest with you, because there was no heat, so to speak, in Rome during that week. It was like, I don't remember it, it was maybe 22 degrees Celsius or something like that week. And yet Sinner had some physical problems. So then you fast forward a week later, he's in Roland Garros, and maybe the heat had a little bit to do with it. I don't know, even though Sinner said it wasn't really that hot. He said that. but I think the body just shut down. Maybe he was also sick, dealing with some kind of virus because he didn't sleep well the night before. So it was just too much. It was too much. He went on an incredible stretch there, winning all these consecutive matches between Indian Wells and Roland Garros, something that, like, I think, I don't remember now, but I think it's a record. Nobody has ever done it before. It was incredible. Not even the great Rafa was able to win. Indian Sunshine doubled and then go on a rampage on clay, winning all the Masters 1000s. Sinner did it. And I think that's the story on him. So again, question is, can he go back to that now that he's done work? Because believe me, he's done work. I've seen people say that, oh, you know, I mean, listen, if you go to my let's just say that like this, there's a lot of advice for Sinner, hydration advice, and advice that you would give you would give to an amateur going out there to play tennis. And to think that the team of Sinner, which consists of absolute top guys, Vagnozzi, Cahill, and the other guys that are there, to think that the team is not doing anything in their power to help this guy physically and prepare him optimally. I mean, I'm so sorry to say this, but you got to be an absolute idiot to think that the team is not prepared, of the #1 player in the world who just went on a rampage that's never been accomplished before on the ATP Tour. That is really stupid. I'm so sorry to think that, you know. Listen, sometimes no matter how much you do, the body just shuts down on you. And if you're sick, you're sick. The body needs to heal up. And that's the end of the story. So again, now that, 3 weeks have passed since then, or actually a month has passed since then, because that took place in the first week of the Roland Garros. It's a month. I think we're going to see Sinner going back to the way he was prior to that match. And I think he's going to win this tournament. But let's take it one step at a time. Let's lock in on this match right here. We got 3-2 in the first set on serve. Sinner with the difficult game in the second service game with 15-40. But guys, I'm going to get into the chat in a second. I just need to get a charger, or my stream here is going to die. So just give me a sec here. I'm not prepared yet. Hold on. I got to get some chargers over here. Give me 1 sec. Kecmanovic 40 love on his serve. Starting well in this match. Sinner not really with a chance to get into the Kecmanovic service game so far. Now I want to remind you that Sinner is the best returner on the ATP Tour. He's got incredible reflexes. I think that's a huge part of returning, is reflexes, is flexibility. And of course, it's the return itself, which, you know, it is a ground stroke after all. It's a version of a ground stroke. So, you know, when you have incredible reflexes, when you have a good flexibility like Sinner, and when you have the best forehand and the backhand on the ATP Tour, that usually results in having an equal quality on the return of serve. So when you combine that ability that Sinner has, plus his hold game, which is #1 in the world, you got to give him great chances to win Wimbledon every year that he plays. But you know, back to like tennis not being all about the Grand Slams. Kecmanovic here with love 15 on the Sinner serve off a loose error. I want to remind you something that Sinner said prior to Roland Garros. That's a nice swing volley from Sinner there off a big first serve down the tee. I want to remind you that Sinner said, after he was asked why he didn't pull out of Madrid or Rome, he said, "Look, you know, if I don't play Rome, or if I don't play Madrid and I lose early in Rome, now I got coming into Roland Garros with not that many matches played. Now think of taking an entire month off with no matches, and you come into a match, you're going to be a little bit rusty, you're going to be shaky, because again, tennis is a game that's based on confidence and playing tennis matches. When you don't play them, even though your body's rested, that's not a positive thing. So I'm not that surprised of this start right here, which is a so far tight match, you know. Sinner maybe a little bit shaky out here, maybe a little bit rusty, because he has not played tennis in a long time at this level in a real match situation. With the ace out wide, 40-15. As we approach the 7th game, you would think that Sinner was going to put a lot of pressure on the Kecmanovic serve if he holds here. It was in by a millimeter. Random Tennis Gal, good to see you in here. I'm going to get into the chat in a second, guys. I'm going to lock in on the service game, and a nice wide serve from Sinner, hold 4-3. All right, let's take a look at the chat. What are you guys saying? Car Brazil is in the house. Shout out to Simone, thank you. Old Mixon is here. He says our Sinners team forgetting to put sunscreen on him. That's funny. Is anyone on tour today as gifted as Federer was with his hands? Alcaraz, for sure. Same level of gift in regards to feel. Prismic, next champion from Split. Good history of champions there. Yeah, we see. We'll have to see. I don't want to hype Dino up too much, you know. But take it one match at a time with Dino. Certainly a lot of potential. Certainly a lot of potential. All right, guys. Nick Sinner basically said all the back-to-back tournaments he played made him tired, in other words. So next year you should skip some to secure Roland Garros. No, that you can't look at it that way, because you're assuming that he's going to go on another rampage, which is unlikely. Will he always do these rampages and win everything? No. Will he do another Sunshine Double? I don't know. Maybe not. Will he win on Monte Carlo again? Remember, it's going to be Alcaraz back probably at his best, and I was so looking forward to Sincaraz on clay and then grass. So If he continues to go deep and goes into the finals, yeah, certainly you have to be careful with the schedule. Maybe pull out of something here and there. If maybe he doesn't go all the way and is losing early somewhere, which can certainly happen. I mean, it happened to Alcaraz in Miami this year. Double fault for Kecmanovic there, 30-15. He's not going to skip. He wants matches. He's going to need matches. Remember Djokovic when he signed up for Geneva 2025 prior to Roland Garros? Because he had no matches. He played Monte Carlo, played Madrid, lost his early in both, lost to Tabilo Monte Carlo, lost to Arnaldi in Madrid. Like, I don't have any matches. Let me play Geneva. So it just depends on what's actually happening. If, like, again, if he's winning everything, yeah, certainly. You got to take some off here and there. 40-15. Kecmanovic serving well. Sinner really with not that many chances, but here we got 40-30. If Sinner wins this point, it could get interesting, this service game. Hey Monique, happy hot Monday. Yes. Even though it's not that hot in London, I looked at the weather. It's not that hot in this first week. It'll get hot over the weekend and the following week. Sinner with the sprayed forehand, 4-all. Sinner definitely not 100% with his ground strokes yet in this match, 4-all. I remember the days of Wimbledon where it was like one rain delay after the next. I looked at the weather forecast. It's like between 0 and 10% chance of rain for like a week and a half, which is insane. Which is absolutely insane, guys. Sinner with the wide ace, 15 love. Sinner's kid, better or worse than last year? I think worse. I like last year's better. In fact, I bought last year's. I got that one. This one I won't be buying. It's I don't know. It's a little bit too old school for me with the collar and everything. Shorts are okay. Sinner goes down the tee, misses the serve. Yapaman in the house. You watch Van den Zandskog. Yeah, he beats Kovacevic, I guess. Yeah, let's enjoy the next 2 weeks. But you know, Van den Zandskog is very dangerous on grass. That guy is a baller, an absolute baller. Up and down, no doubt about it, but very capable of doing big things. Very good point there from Kecmanovic, putting pressure on Sinner. Nice forehand approach shot down the line. Sinner with the open stance backhand pass. Misses it wide. 40-15. Sinner goes down the tee. Here's the top of the net there, second serve. Let's close this here for lighting purposes. Kecmanovic is such a good ball striker though. Sinner with the missed backhand. That's his favorite backhand, the one from the middle that goes, the one from the middle that goes here. He missed it. That's usually one that he makes. 40-30. Needs a big serve right here. Who's going to win this year's Wimbledon in your opinion, coach? Yeah, I did a prediction video. I filled out the whole draw. It's right here. It's actually right here behind. I don't want to show Simone because he's gonna start chewing on it. But here's my draw. I got Sinner for the men. Double fault from Sinner, deuce. A little bit of a danger zone right now. I got Sinner for the men. I got Noskova for the women. I got a little bit. I went wild on the women. I did a lot of upsets. So we shall see. But check out that video. It's doing quite well actually. Got I think like 400 comments. And maybe like 25K or 30K or something like that. Sinner a little bit. Oh no, Simone, come on. I see. Now you put a hole in there already. You put a hole in there now. Hold on. Simone gonna chew it up. Hold on. That double fault, break point, Kecmanovic, big danger zone for Sinner right here. Camera pans to Cahill, who looks very concerned. From 40 love, 4 straight points on his own serve. It's break point. He is rusty. This is rust what we're seeing right here. And there's a forehand miss from Sinner and a break for Kecmanovic. Sinner with a lot of mistakes from the baseline. Not feeling the ball the way he normally does. And Kecmanovic will serve for the first set, 5-4. You know, he's going to be kicking himself. It's nothing worse than losing your serve like this. Thank you, Fitness with OB. Happy for Croatia and the playoffs of the World Cup. Hopefully, can beat Portugal. Yeah, it's gonna be tough. But yeah, let's see. We got a tough draw, really tough draw. Yeah, look. They're paying again to the team. Vagnozzi and Cahill looking concerned out there. This is for sure a rusty Sinner because we're seeing more errors from the baseline. And he did have that second service game where he was 15-40. But to lose a service game when you're up 40 love, it's concerning. But again, understandable because he's been off the tour for a month. Let's see if he can, you know, do the Djokovic and get the break right back. It will be tough because Kecmanovic has been clean on his serve and playing very solid tennis. Wide serve, forehand approach shot combo. Sinner frames the backhand pass, uncharacteristic. 15 love. It could be. Achacha says it could be because he hasn't played on grass so far. Listen, I don't want a broken record, but yeah, listen. I don't think it's good necessarily to go into Wimbledon without having played anything. I think, you know, for Djokovic, you can't really compare him. But if you look at Federer, Djokovic, Nadal, they all would play one tournament prior just to get some matches in, you know, and to not play anything. I think it's a risk. And you get a bad draw like this, Kecmanovic, tough first round. I don't know. And again, Sinner nowhere near the Kecmanovic serve, nowhere near it. Kecmanovic holds to love, first set 6-4. I agree with you, Yappa man. Grass is the most tricky surface to play on without any rhythm. Yeah, it's you want to get out there and play matches on there, and now there's more opportunity than ever to play a tournament because we got 3 weeks. Used to be 2 weeks, and I think it was a mistake for Sinner to pull out a Halle. I'll be honest with you. But we don't know the background, what was going on physically. He did go to the hospital, so we don't know the details there. But just to play that thing in Liverpool, which is an exhibition, that's not the real thing, Last year he went to Halle and lost to Bublik, if you remember. But at least he got some matches in. He got it out of his system. This year's different, and it's not a good start. Uncharacteristic errors. A lot of mistakes off the forehand side. He was the better man this set, Kecmanovic. Very clean on his serve. Don't think Sinner necessarily served that poorly. Just in those 2 service games, he was making mistakes from the baseline. And that, listen, 4-all 40 love to lose your serve off of that. If someone has the best hold game on tour, that's worrisome. So, look right here. It's a new match for Sinner. Let's see if he can turn it around. Wide serve from Sinner. 15 love. Sinner looks sick again. I don't know, these people. Why does he look sick? Nice down the line backhand from Kecmanovic, 15 all. Nice wide serve from Sinner, backhand down the line winner. Kecmanovic goes the wrong way. 30-15. Big wide serve from Sinner and backhand cross court winner. TA Sinner, and he holds 1 love in the second set. Good start. Sometimes what can happen is you feel pressure, you feel tightness. I mean, Alcaraz has talked about this a lot. The fact that, he feels the nerves, he feels the pressure out there. In matches where you wouldn't normally think that he would feel pressure, Sinner really hasn't mentioned it to the same extent as Alcaraz, but these guys feel pressure, but they're better than anyone else on tour on handling these situations. So it's plausible that on top of the rust, Sinner also felt some tension, and maybe now once that first set is over, maybe some of that pressure is released and he feels a little bit more loose, and he's going to start playing better in a second. Let's see. Kecmanovic goes wide on the serve, misses. Second serve. Sinner with the cross-court forehand. Inside out forehand, and we got love 15. Sinner, another forehand error. Forehand's not working yet for Sinner. He's like mistiming it. The footwork is a little bit off. You can see there that actually his feet got stuck on that particular forehand. It wasn't dynamic with it. And ends up missing it wide. 15 all. Good return from Sinner. He slides into the backhand there. Hits it very strong cross court. Kecmanovic with the error. Sinner pumps the fist. 15-30. Hey Anna, good to see you. Second serve Kecmanovic. There's a mini window right here for Sinner. Let cord. Second serve again. This Kecmanovic is a great ball striker though. It's the ball so clean. But Sinner too strong. This is the Sinner that we know, putting a tremendous amount of pressure on opponents from the baseline, and it's 15-40. He is in the Kecmanovic service game for the first time in this match. 2 break chances. Again, Sinner after he had lost the first set, a completely different player. Good return again. Forehand to the backhand side of Kecmanovic. He slices. Sinner forehand again. Goes deep. Sinner slips. Kecmanovic misses. Breaks Sinner. 2-love. Vanyotsi and Cahill up on their feet. Yeah, again, like sometimes, you know, again, you lose that set. And even though you're not in a great, like, you're not in a great place in the match, but, you know, mentally, the pressure goes away. You have to be careful there. You know, a lot of players, not only the pressure goes away, but the intensity also can go away. But you often can start swinging more at the ball freely, and you start feeling a lot better right away. So I think certainly that is a plausible explanation for that first set from Sinner, because you can see here the second set so far flawless. Holds to love, breaks to 15, and now 15-love on his serve. It's just a normal Sinner, right? But first set was littered with unforced errors and weird mistakes. So hey, Yappa man with the coffee. You know, it's so funny. Like, oh, listen, yesterday I had a very long day. I had a very long day yesterday because I went to, I don't know, when I have to get into details, but I needed a coffee really badly yesterday because I was kind of down in the dumps energy-wise. And this is still leftover from yesterday. So I quit coffee, but I'm going to finish the one that I had yesterday. But yeah, I did really quit. I didn't have a single coffee between Roland Garros and yesterday. Not a single one. Yes, Anna, here, it's back. Coffee is back. Double fault from Sinner. 15 all. You know what? I didn't really have coffee withdrawals this time when I quit. Normally I do have them, but yeah, cold coffee. Yeah, I put it in the fridge. I don't mind drinking it cold out of the fridge. It was like an iced coffee. Sinner with the T serve, misses it wide. Second serve. Forehand, inside in approach, overhead, put away. 30-15. Sinner looking better in the second set. Anna says, so Nick, missed the first set. Is it because Kecmanovic was too good, or Sinner just not playing the best, or combo of both? I would say combo of both. Kecmanovic was spotless, especially on his own service games. And Sinner, in his second service game with 15-40, he came out of that well with some good serving, and then lost 5 points in a row and got broken. And then Kecmanovic held comfortably. So just a lot of unforced errors from Sinner, but again, credit to Kecmanovic because he played a clean set. A very clean set. 40-15. Sinner goes T again, misses long. Second serve. And a hold from Sinner. 3-love second set. Guys, I'll be right back, okay? Hang tight. I'll be right back. Beautiful backhand from Sinner on the run, cross court of a short ball from Kecmanovic, 40-15. When's Serena playing? Not today. I don't know actually. If somebody knows the order of play for tomorrow, let me know. But that's certainly going to be a match that we're gonna live stream. And Kecmanovic, you got to give him credit. He's playing a great match. Hold serve. Center up a break in the second set. Big serve from Sinner. You can see like he's a different player in the second set. Something about him just it looks more steady, more stable. Like I didn't necessarily serve that poorly in the first set. It was just that there was these unforced errors from the back of the court. But everything just looks more confident the second set. His body language, just a completely different player. And it was right from the first point of the second set, you know? Two great serves to start this game, 30-love. And a beautiful inside-out forehand off a big first serve, 40-love. Serve and volley from Sinner. Of a big first serve out wide, backhand volley, not placed that well, but Kecmanovic misses the forehand passing shot. 4-1. Hold on. Serena plays joint tomorrow at 5:20 p.m. center court. That's going to be interesting to say the least. Sinner with the lob on the backhand. That's rare. You don't see that too often from Sinner. He likes to pass, especially low. Kecmanovic really playing well. Excellent point there. Nice little dropper. 40-30. Like I said, very complete player, great ball striker. This guy, I think, in a lot of ways, underachiever so far on tour. You know, he was an exceptional junior. Another drop shot from Kecmanovic off a great first serve. Sinner runs it down, hits the backhand shot long, and a great overhead. What a great point by Sinner. Great athleticism there. Back to deuce. Kecmanovic with a game point here. And a nice serve down the tee, right on the line. 4-2. Sinner still up a break in the second set, 4-2. Joe 651 just got home. What happened in the first set? Look, Sinner came out rusty, making some errors, uncharacteristic. Kecmanovic super clean first set. Sinner 4-all, was up 40-love and dropped 5 consecutive points, got broken, and Kecmanovic served out the first set. Then early in the second, Sinner, completely different player, playing rock solid. But Kecmanovic with a strong point there. Sinner's forehand directed cross court clips the net, gives Kecmanovic the opportunity to come in, which he does with a forehand slice down the line that he hit really well, very deep. Sinner cannot handle the backhand pass. Love 15. Sinner misses the first serve into the net. Second serve. Big serve there from Sinner on the second serve. Gutsy, 15-all. Nick, why do you think Kecmanovic hasn't gotten far in his career? He's such a fantastic player to watch. Yes, you know, he was a very good junior too. Best junior in the world at one point, I think, #1. Yeah, look, to me, I think it's mental. There's something there that's suboptimal mentally. But he's still young. It's, you know, he's got chances to continue to get better. Sinner misses another pass. This is some of the worst passing that I've seen from Sinner in a very, very long time. Sinner is the best passer on the ATP Tour. But today, he's not passing well. Both on the forehand and the backhand side. He's not passing well. Missing a lot of passes. Sinner with a very, very nasty kicker. Out wide. Kecmanovic cannot handle the return, 30-all. Huge point right here, 30-all. Baseline rally. Sinner with the cross-court exchange. Misses a forehand long. Break point, Kecmanovic. $30-40. Let's see if Sinner right here comes up with a big serve. Goes body, misses into the net, second serve. Great return there from Kecmanovic. Sinner with the backhand down the line. And Kecmanovic misses the forehand, not by much. Sinner saves break point. In this match, once they get into a baseline exchange, you know, normally advantage Sinner against anyone on tour except Alcaraz, but you don't get that feeling in this match. You really don't. It's a Sinner that's like shaky from the baseline still. Do you think he's serving and returning better in the second set, but still off the baseline rallies? Sinner is still looking for his game. He's still making uncharacteristic mistakes. But credit to Kecmanovic returning exceptionally well in this match and getting a lot of serves back in play with quality returns. And again, baseline rally. Kecmanovic is holding his ground, hitting the ball well, but misses the backhand there. Game point, Sinner. I think once he starts winning more baseline rallies, Sinner, the confidence is going to start to grow, and we might see normal Jannik Sinner in the fourth set, maybe even in the third set. I think once he gets out of this set and evens the match, so to speak, I think even though he's playing better already, there's still a few levels above this, what he's showing here. Misses the first serve, second serve, Sinner. Poor forehand drop shot from Sinner. Counter drop shot of Kecmanovic, very poor. And Sinner with a forehand open court passing shot winner. A couple of poor drop shots from both guys. And Sinner hangs on to his serve after saving break point. Again, playing better in the second set, but still not the normal Sinner. Yappa Man, do you believe that this year is a great opportunity for Americans? Paul playing great here for one Halle, Fritz finding his level again. Of course, Shelton got the weapons to do great on grass. Yes, absolutely. You know, I've talked about this in my prediction video. Paul is on the top half, but Sinner, Fritz, and Sinner. Paul is on the top half, but Fritz, Tiafoe, and Shelton are on the bottom. And I got Fritz in the final. So I do believe in the Americans. There will be a rematch between Fritz and Tiafoe, I think third round. I have to look at the draw. I have to look at my draw to see exactly where I got those guys. No, fourth round. It'll be fourth round, Fritz, Tiafoe. And I got Shelton losing actually to Menchik, which was just a tight call. But I feel that, I don't know about Tiafoe. Listen. Theoretically, if Tiafoe plays like he did in the final of Halle against Fritz, he could make the final here, Tiafoe. That's how good he is. But can he pull it off? I don't know. I have my doubts. He certainly has the potential to, but I think this is a humongous chance for both Shelton and Fritz to make a final of Wimbledon. Huge chance. But Fritz could also lose first round to Draper. So it's going to be a very interesting tournament. Sinner with the return error, 15 love. Kecmanovic also serving well, you know, hitting the spots well in this match. With the exception of the first service game in the second set, Sinner without that many looks on the Kecmanovic serve. Of course, Sinner not returning the way he normally does as well, making some return errors, uncharacteristic. Another rally here. Drop shot from Kecmanovic goes into the net, 15 all. Are you kidding me? Draper is out? Are you kidding me? Ah, man, that's a bummer for Draper. That's a big bummer right there. I know Raducanu is out, but Draper's out? Ah, man. I'm bummed for that guy. Man, what a bummer. That guy's so good, Draper. I feel like top 5 player, like very, very dangerous. What a bummer. Oh, man. I'm really bummed out for Draper, I gotta tell you. ATX Super Dave is in the house. How far can Menchik, Hodar, and Fonseca at this tournament? Hodar is injured too. I think he won his first round, right? But Hodar, they pulled out of, I don't know what he scheduled. Was it, I know he was going to play Queens, I think. He pulled out. And he's going to play a tournament the following week too. He pulled out. But I think he's doing okay. He won the first match. He's a question mark on grass. But Fonseca, also a little bit of a question mark. He's also injured. But who else did you say? Menchik, I think. Yeah, Menchik to me, the way he played at Roland Garros, the guy is such a complete player. He has such good hands, such a great athlete. We don't need to talk about his serve. His backhand is going to be incredible on grass. Listen, I got Menchik in the semis. I got him in the semis. Another drop shot from Kecmanovic, another point lost with a very good return there that pushed Sinner back. I think there's the wrong shot selection there for Kecmanovic. Sinner runs it down, hits the backhand down the line, winner 15 love. That's a big bummer on Draper. That is really a huge bummer. Sinner with the T serve, the forehand put away 30 love. Double fault Sinner, 30-15. Yeah, Draper's match against Djokovic at Indian Wells was one of the best matches this year. He showcased there, and he was coming back from injury in that one as well. He showcased his level there big time. That was such a good match. And if I remember correctly, it's a beautiful backhand there from Sinner. Look, I don't remember now actually who he lost to over there in Indian Wells. I can't recall right now. I think Medvedev, right? He lost to Medvedev? Yeah, he lost to Medvedev, I think. Sinner with the hold there wins the second set 6-3. But it's a huge bummer because you want to see a guy like this, out there, lefty with huge serve, big game, incredible athleticism. So wishing Draper recovery and that he can play injury free. But it's bummer. It's a bummer. I'm bummed out about that. I'll be honest with you. I was looking forward to that match. That was like the best match of the entire. Well, I mean, you got Serena, of course. That most of the attention is going to be going towards that. But Fritz Draper to me was the best match of the first round. Are you planning to do one match per day? Yeah, I'll be doing a lot of live streaming. I will definitely do one match per day, maybe more. Maybe more. We shall see. I will only do one today because I got something going on today, but I will do one video per day as an analysis video, a wrap-up video. So tune into that. That'll come every day once the matches have wrapped up. Okay, so let's discuss this match. Before we do that, is your draw impacted with the Draper news? No, because I had Fritz going through that one. But I think it could have gone both ways, but I think Fritz on grass is a player to reckon with, and I got him going all the way to the final on the bottom half. But so much better second set from Sinner. Definitely less unforced errors, I would say. Is this top level? Nowhere near top level. It's still shaky from Sinner, but I do expect him to go towards his top game, maybe even in the third set, but definitely in the fourth set. I think once we get to the fourth set, if Sinner ends up winning the third, I think he's going to start playing really well. So this set is going to be crucial for Sinner. Understandable to have a little bit of a shaky match here from Sinner against a very quality opponent. And as far as not playing any lead-up tournaments on grass, I think it's a risk the players take because certainly this is more likely to happen when you're a little bit shaky if you don't play anything prior. But on the other hand, if you get through a couple of matches, then it doesn't matter anymore because you kind of play yourself into the tournament. So once Sinner gets through this match and wins another one, I think then the fact that he didn't play anything becomes irrelevant. But again, it's a risk to be a little bit shaky in the beginning of the tournament when you don't play anything. Hope the Sinner match before the World Cup starts. Hwalinska lost. Listen, I've talked about this before. You should not be surprised if Hwalinska goes on a losing streak now. It's very common and it's very understandable that this would happen. Reasons for it are multiple. There's a lot more tension now, a lot more pressure. You don't play as freely. Also, the fact that something that Kalinskaya said, And the post-match interview is like, if you look at Valenska's results, you could make an argument that she's a clay court specialist. So now she's going to have to play on the real tour, which means that you play all the big tournaments instead of playing clay courts after Wimbledon. She's going to be main draw Canada. She's going to be main draw US Open, so she's going to have to go hard court, and then after that it's going to be all these WTA 1000s in China and all that. So she's going to be on the main tour, not playing clay again. Not her, which might not be her favorite surface. It's definitely not her favorite surface, not might. I don't think there's any argument that she's a clay court specialist. So that's an additional challenge for her, because her quirky game is most effective on clay. Remember, she doesn't hit the ball that hard, so the danger is on a fast surface that she gets overpowered. Sinner starts off very aggressive the first point of the third set and hits the backhand down the line, but dumps it into the net. 15 love. Sinner with a forehand drop shot off a bad bounce. That would explain what it looked like. It didn't even get to the net. And Sinner is practicing the grip change. He didn't change his grip. Okay, this brings up an important subject. Sinner attempted to hit a forehand drop shot with a semi-western grip. That's Sinner's forehand grip, a semi-western. He didn't switch his grip on the dropper, and the ball didn't even make it to the net. However, do you know who hits a forehand drop shot exceptionally well with a semi-western grip? Great hold by Kecmanovic there. That's an exceptional hold. There is a player on the WTA Tour who hits these incredible forehand drop shots with a semi-western grip. And that is Sorana Cirstea, which defies the laws of physics, because you have to put your wrist in a very uncomfortable position to be able to open the racket face in a semi-western grip. But she's able to do it. If somebody that generally hits forehand drop shots with a continental grip, which is the correct grip, attempts one with a semi-western grip, it's going to be an absolute disaster. So that's why that forehand drop shot was so poor from Sinner on that point. But nevertheless, great hold there from Kecmanovic. 1 love. Big serve from Sinner, and an inside-out forehand from the middle of the court from Sinner, 15 love. Alcaraz can hit droppers with the semi-western, good for this guys. Alcaraz hits drop shots with a continental grip. I've not seen Alcaraz hit a drop shot with semi-western grip. Big serve from Sinner down the tee. Body language looking a lot better from Sinner. Yeah, and I'm gonna show you guys. I'm gonna get a racket later. Don't have a racket right here. You are wrong about Valenska. She was about to win the match, but slipped and injured her ankle. She was dominating up until then. Okay, fair enough. I didn't see the match. I'm just speaking generally. Maybe she can continue to play well. Listen, it's just I'm just telling you, in the historically humongous results like that out of nowhere have often followed up with a lot of consecutive losses. I'm not saying that this will happen to her, but I do think that she's a clay court specialist. Of course, she can be good on grass too, as a lefty. We shall see how she plays. I think, you know, on the WTA Tour, and the drop shot miss from Sinner. Another one. But good to do that on 40 love. On the WTA Tour, it's certainly different because when you have a quirky style, especially a lefty, I think there's a lot of opportunity for other players to like lose their rhythm, you know, and get into a lot of trouble. So we're going to see how she does. She's going to have a lot of opportunities, certainly, to do well because her ranking is sky high. She'll be into every tournament now. So we'll see. We'll see. The one thing about the WTA Tour, I would have to look at the calendar, but see, on the ATP, there are tournaments on clay after Wimbledon. There's like Kitzbühel, there's Gstaad, there's Bastad, there's... I don't know if the WTA has tournaments on clay post-Wimbledon. I would have to look. I would have to look at the calendar. Nice serve and forehand combo there from Kecmanovic. Big serve there from Kecmanovic, but a very uncomfortable return from Sinner. Kecmanovic handles really well with the forehand rip down the line, 30-15. Other than that one service game in the first game of the second set for Kecmanovic, he's been serving so well. Just spot serving and just taking care of business from the baseline. Like, he's played an exceptional match so far. Did you expect him to give Sinner so much trouble? I don't know. I didn't know what to expect from Sinner, to be honest with you. I really, it's you know, the last match he played was so weird for so many different reasons. So it was a question mark. I opened up this live stream with, like, I said that it's a question mark for Jannik Sinner. We just don't know. I'm certainly not that surprised that he's far away from his best. But like I said, I do think he'll find his best at some portion of this match. But he misses another forehand drop shot. This is the third one in a row that he messed up. This one, he did switch the grip, but the ball is so low to attempt a drop shot off of that. It's tough. Poor shot selection there from Sinner. $40-30. Yapa, man, that's a phenomenal question. Let me get into that next. That is a great question. Second serve, and Sinner makes a mess out of the forehand return. Again, very uncharacteristic error there. Sinner makes mincemeat out of those type of serves normally. And Kecmanovic holds 2-1. Okay, Yapaman says, do you also think that players that play against Sinner are now more believing that they can do something against him after what happened in Paris? 100% yes. 100% yes. 100% yes. I want to remind you guys that Sinner had this aura of being unbeatable in Madrid. Remember in Madrid? I mean, we've forgotten now, like, the guy was destroying everyone, then destroyed Zverev in the final. Zverev had zero chance. Zero chance. He was collecting games out there. And that's not the only tournament where he's been that dominant. There's been other ones too. But then in Rome, I think things started to change. That Medvedev match, you know, players look at that, you know. They look at that, the other players, and they say, they always make cross comparisons. This happens at any level, even at this level. They say, okay, Medvedev almost got him in that match, you know. That gives them belief. And then they see what happened to Sinner and Roland Garros, that gives them belief. So yes, Yappa man, guys are going to go into the matches now with more belief. Unless Sinner wins this thing, then it kind of goes back to normal. But, you know, or if he goes on another streak, let's say. But yeah, that's how it goes. It goes. Same goes for Djokovic, Alcaraz. It goes for. It's like this is how it goes in the game of tennis. Kecmanovic with a deep forehand forces the backhand error from Sinner. And we're at 15 all. Nice serve there from Sinner. With a baseline rally again. Normally baseline rally, you give the edge to Sinner, but not so much in this match. But however, there he hits a backhand cross-court winner, pumps the fist, 30-15. He hasn't been dominant in the baseline rallies. It's more like Kecmanovic under control, holding his ground, like hitting these great redirectory shots. I'm going to go as far as saying that Kecmanovic has been the better man off the ground. It's just that Sinner has served well, even in the first set. Even though he dropped serve, he dropped it off of 40 love. So the serve has been the saving part of Sinner's game. Everything else, I would give the slight edge to Kecmanovic, like even on the return of serve. Sinner has not been returning well in this match at all, other than that, maybe that first game or the second. And Kecmanovic, on the other hand, is making a lot of serves, making a lot of returns, getting into rallies on the Sinner serve. So Sinner very strong, though, in this game, off of 15 all. That was a big point right there. Beautiful point there from Sinner. And he holds 2-1. Old Nixon says, worth noting that Kecmanovic hasn't been hitting that many winners in the rallies, but Sinner has been spraying forehands. Yes, Sinner's been making mistakes, but if you look at that last rally, for example, that return from Kecmanovic was like, it's not going to register as a winner or anything like that. But that is a very, very aggressive, low return that goes through the middle of the court and kind of sets the tone of the rally. And Sinner did well there, but Kecmanovic has been hitting the ball low, long, clean, and it's been forcing errors. Yes, there has been some unforced errors from Sinner, uncharacteristic ones, but Kecmanovic has been playing really well in this match. You gotta give him credit, even though he might not have that many winners off the back of the court. This doesn't mean that it's like a lesser his baseline game is of a lesser quality. This looks more like old Sinner, this rally. Putting a lot of pressure on Kecmanovic there, but Kecmanovic running well, redirecting well. Sinner too defensive with that forehand. He comes to the net off a backhand approach shot, and he does a crazy volley dropper there. And Sinner engaging the crowd. It was a long rally with a lot of running there. Sinner looking good physically. And like I said, maybe about a half an hour ago, I don't expect Sinner to find his game in this set necessarily. But if he comes through this set right here, the third set, I feel that he's going to break this match wide open. I'm going to play well in the fourth. Because he's still, like, he won the second set playing better, but he's still feeling pressure. He's still feeling tension. But if he wins this, I think we'll see old Sinner if he wins this set. We'll see normal Yannick. He gets a spray forehand there from Kecmanovic, 15-30. Here's a window for Sinner. Big serve from Kecmanovic, back in cross court, Sinner, back in cross court response, another back in cross court from Kecmanovic, Sinner, good defense. Oh no, Sinner fell. And I don't know if he hurt himself. That looked like a really bad fall right there. That was a really bad fall from Sinner. I don't know, something in his hip there. He did not slip well on that particular ball. Remember last year he slipped against Dimitrov and hurt his arm? Yikes. Can we have these guys healthy, please? I just hate seeing guys injured. Oh my God, he felt so bad on this. He felt so bad. Look at the knee twisting like that. Oh my God. Ah. Oh man, the hip, the knee. Oh, oh my God. 30-all though. You still get the break. Good return there. Good backhand from Sinner. Is that in? It looks in there. Sinner rips the forehand inside out. Then it's break point 30-40. Sinner looking okay. He's looking okay. Sinner misses the forehand return. Surprisingly so. He had it on his racket. Overhits it slightly long. Kecmanovic saves break point. It's 40-all. Sinner does not appear to be in pain. Let's hope that everything's okay with him. Kecmanovic with a beautiful slice serve out wide, forces the return error from Sinner. Add in. Beautiful point from Sinner there. Most importantly, physically, he seems okay. We're at deuce. Another wide serve from Kecmanovic. That serve has been working really well. Sinner not really feeling his forehand return. Add in. Nick, did the fall seem bad on Word because of all the injuries going around? Yeah, look, that looked really bad, but he appears to be okay. Phenomenal tennis from Kecmanovic. Phenomenal tennis from Kecmanovic. Let's hope that Jannik Sinner is okay. Yikes, guys. Yikes, yikes, yikes. All right. Let's take a little break, guys. We'll be right back. Three two Kecmanovic. Sinner seems okay. I mean, he seemed okay afterwards, even though that fall looked absolutely horrendous. He seems okay physically, so maybe it's nothing. Starts with an ace here, 30-15. Is it wrong to root for we having another open tournament without Sinner and Alcaraz? I like sort of the, yeah, you liked what happened in Roland Garros? I don't know, everybody got different preference for pro tennis, but I'd like to see the other guys legitimately come through the top guys. Not to say that like Cerundolo's win was illegitimate. Not saying that, but top guys are the best players in the world. We want to see them playing their best tennis, and I want to see the other guys be able to take them out at their best. That would be great, but I want to see the best tennis there is on tour. You see what I mean? Like, I want to see the best guys play their best tennis, which normally results in them winning. I want to see that. But I would like to see the other guys beat the top guys when they're at their best, like in a semi or in a final of a Grand Slam, like Djokovic was able to do this year. At the Australian Open, that's what I want to see. I don't want to see Sinner slipping and hurt his hip and lose because of that. And then we have an open tournament. I don't want to see that. Or have a physical collapse at Roland Garros and then have an open tournament because of that. I don't want to see that. That's not good for tennis. But again, I think Sinner is okay physically. I think he's all right. Nothing happened there, hopefully. I don't even want to like fantasize about who would win if Sinner would have to pull out of this. I don't even want to think about that. I'm so bummed about Draper. I'll be honest with you. That like put a bummer on the whole day. I want to see that guy be healthy, man. I want to see him play because he's so good. He is so good at Draper. Lefty, like so complete. The backhand is out of this world. I mean, the guy is so physical. You know, you just want to see him play. Or how about Rune? Like, I want to see Rune play too. Like, it's just brutal. But let's lock in on this. Sinner seems physically fine. He absolutely rips the forehand cross court. That's the trademark Sinner that we know. So much acceleration from the back of the court that he like smothers the other guys and makes their life from the baseline an absolute nightmare. That's what we saw there, love 15. That's normal Sinner. He's not been hitting his forehand like that this match. As I've said throughout this match, you know, I think nerves, rust, He hasn't played in a while. That could be an explanation of this level that we're seeing from Sinner. Has been below the best by far. And I've theorized that if, Sinner feeling a little bit of tension, that's very normal even for the top guys. But if he comes out of this third set, I think he's going to break this match wide open and play well in the fourth. So he's got love 30 here. He's not made a lot of passing shots in this match, which is also very uncharacteristic. He has a chance there on love 30 with a sliding two-handed backhand pass. It was a very difficult one to pull off, but he misses it into the net. He has not made easier passes though, so he's been off his game in several areas. And I was about to say, most importantly on the return, he's been below his best, but there he goes and hits a forehand return winner off a great first serve from Kecmanovic for a winner inside in, and he's got himself 2 breakpoint chances at 3-all. Big serve from Kecmanovic there. Sinner misses a backhand return long. 30-40. A big serve from Kecmanovic again. Back to deuce. 2 breakpoint chances saved. Sinner goes for the down the line backhand winner. Misses it long. Add in. Kecmanovic overhits the forehand there. Negative body language. That was a very good rally from Sinner though. Some good defense and ripping the ball. Sinner being very aggressive here. Hitting out a little bit more than he has in previous return games in this match. I think Sinner is like, he's starting to open up his game a little bit. It's just danger time for Kecmanovic right here. Good return from Sinner, very deep off a tee serve. Forehand cross court. Forehand inside in. Forehand inside out from Sinner. And he forces the backhand at a break point. Sinner is starting to increase the pressure from the back of the court, starting to hit harder. We're nearing normal Sinner, guys, as far as his level is concerned. We're almost there. I think if he gets this break, we might see normal Sinner. Chance for Sinner on the forehand. He rips it inside out. Backhand down the line. Kecmanovic holding strong. Forehand cross court from Sinner. But he slips again. Sinner slips again. Great defense from Kecmanovic though. Great defense there, but take a look at the slow-mo here. Sinner slipped with the right foot a little bit, slid into that backhand, lost his balance. Couldn't control the shot. Back to deuce. Great serve from Kecmanovic, add in. What a hold from the Kecmanovic. Very good. A return error from the Kecmanovic. Sinner 15 love. First serve long for Sinner. Second serve. What's that? Hold on 1 second, guys. 1 second. Nessa, I'm in the middle of a live stream. What? Sinner with the wide serve. Misses it. Second serve. Forehand drop shot. He makes it this time. Sinner has missed a lot of forehand drop shots in this match, but Kecmanovic runs it down really well. Hits a deep ball. Sinner is stuck in no man's land. Has to play a volley from a very disadvantageous position. Misses it 30-15. And a yes. Yes, it was. Yes, we got some issues here that we're trying to solve. A Sinner 40-15. Nothing serious, just some stupid stuff that we got to take care of. Look at the blood in Sinner's shoe. The shoe is covered in blood. $40-30. Sinner's shoe is covered in blood, guys. This sport is so absolutely brutal. And he's fallen a lot in this match. I mean, even prior to that horrendous fall that he had in this set, he fell prior to that too. And he must have hurt his toe or something. Toenail, maybe. Maybe the toenail came off. His shoe is completely covered in blood. And Kecmanovic with a phenomenal return off a second serve from Sinner deuce. This is danger time for Sinner right here. Kecmanovic's return has been on absolute fire in this match. Yes, that's blood on Sinner's shoe, yes. Yeah, guys, don't get it twisted. You know, he's not like hitting return winners, Kecmanovic, but he's returning incredibly well in this match. He's making Sinner's life miserable out there. These low ace Sinner out wide, game point. He's hitting these low, fast, long returns. And it's so difficult to do something with that ball. So that's why in the baseline rally, Sinner has not been that dominant, even on his own serve, which is it's so weird to say. You know, this is the guy that smothers everyone on tour from the baseline. And he gets a hold here, Sinner 4-all. But we got to give a lot of credit to the Kets man. He's been playing exceptional tennis. Great point from Kecmanovic there. Big serve, big second serve through the middle of the box with slice. And a forehand crosscourt winner, 15-love. Sinner misfires a forehand, but again, that backhand from Kecmanovic is so long, it's so low, it's so hard. That's a forced error. It's probably going to show up as an unforced error, but trust me, guys, that's a forced error. Because you got to kind of hold your ground and deflect that ball back. You can't take a full rip at it. And Sinner took a full rip at it, missed it. And he hits a slice. Kecmanovic hits a backhand slice right on the baseline. Forces another error from Sinner, who throws up his arms into the air. He can't believe it. 40-love. What a hold from Kecmanovic there. I mean, that was an exceptional service game there. How many winners did he hit in this game? 0. But he's making Sinner's life very difficult out there. Yappaman says, never seen Sinner hits that much frame balls in my life. I agree, it's way more frame errors than normal. And yes, I would give the credit for that to Kecmanovic, but not 100%. Like it's also the fact that Sinner is not at his best, you know? Because Sinner can handle this type of game from Kecmanovic. He can, you know, crouch down, deflect really well. He's got incredible control on both his forehand and his backhand. And he's not only been framing these type of balls that are going low and long, he also been framing some normal neutral rally balls, especially in the first set, where his feet got kind of stuck, you know. So yeah, it's just the fact that Kecmanovic is playing well and the fact that Sinner is rusty. So again, this set is absolutely humongous for Sinner. If he gets through this, I think he's going to play a good fourth set. But if he doesn't, I don't know. Beautiful point there. Wide serve. Opens up the court and comes in and cleans up at the net, 15-love. Pila Pew. Nick, wouldn't a slice be great against Sinner or any tall guy? Maybe a great move on grass? You know what? Theoretically, yes. It can work. And a lot of people attribute like that to Dimitrov's 2-sets-to-love lead last year, prior to him getting hurt. And certainly it's a good move on the grass. However, there is no player in the world that handles a slice ball better than Jannik Sinner. Yes, I would even put him on top of Alcaraz, even though Alcaraz is maybe even equal to Sinner in that regard. But the fact that Jannik Sinner has this whip effect on his strokes, and the fact that he stays so low, and the fact that both of his strokes, the forehand and the backhand, have a low preparation, there is no player in the ATP that can handle a slice better than Jannik Sinner. So I would say no. Generally, that's not going to work against Sinner, even on grass. I think what helped Dimitrov in that 2-sets-to-love lead wasn't so much the slice. Certainly that was good, but if you remember that match, he was serving out of his mind and coming to the net and breaking the rhythm of Sinner and keeping the point short. That's what caused the 2-sets-to-love lead. And that's how you got to play against Jannik Sinner. You got to take the racket out of his hand. That's the only way. Because a slice ultimately is going to let Jannik play. And I'm highly doubtful that you can beat him with slices. The only way you can get to Sinner is by keeping the point short. And that's what Dimitrov was doing in that match. He was doing it to such an effect that he blew out his arm. And he basically ended his career with that match. He hasn't been the same player since. That's what it took. Super Dave says, Nick, what do you keep saying? Maybe we'll see the old Sinner. What is the new Sinner? Sounds like recency bias based on the Roland Garros final. Okay, first and foremost, there's no such thing as recency bias in tennis. That's the dumbest thing ever. Because tennis is a game based on confidence. And what happened in the previous week or in the previous month or in the previous year has a huge effect on what's happening right now. That's first and foremost. No such thing as a recency bias. Now, of course, you can't go by previous results, or everybody would be rich off betting and just go by, hey, this guy played good in the previous week, he's going to play well in this week. It doesn't go like that. And by the way, I never bet on a tennis match in my life. But having said that, tennis is very unpredictable. However, what's happened before is very, very important. Now, when I say old this guy, new this guy, it's just having fun. You keep it entertaining. You know, I use some terminology that's colorful sometimes. I'm just playing around with terms, nicknames, and I've used that quite a bit in the past. New Alcaraz was something that I still use to this day because I think it's a very strong statement. Backed up by a lot of factual things. And when it comes to Sinner, old Sinner would be the one prior to the Cerundolo match. It's a little bit of a weaker statement on that one, but I don't know. We'll see if I use it or not. Probably not. I'm using it for Iga though right now. I think it's strong. For Iga, it's strong. Old Iga. Old Iga is a strong one. I think I'm going to use that one. 30 all right here. Sinner window right here. Either break point or game point. Kecmanovic did not miss that by much, that shot. And a huge serve there from Kecmanovic, a 30 all out wide, and another uncharacteristic forehand return error from Sinner. He's missed a lot of forehand returns off that wide serve. Again, uncharacteristic. 40-30. Drop shot from Kecmanovic. Sinner runs it down and hits a forehand winner. It's good to see, you know, especially since that fall from Sinner, which looked very scary. He seems to be physically okay. That was spectacular athleticism there from Jannik. And good hands too. It's a cross-court forehand winner off a fantastic drop shot from Kecmanovic. Back to deuce. Double fault from Kecmanovic at the worst possible time, and Sinner with the break point chance. There's a huge opportunity right here for Jannik and big pressure on Kecmanovic. Let's see if he can save this break point. Sinner has missed a lot of returns today, but let's see if he makes one here where he needs it the most. He does make it very deep. Gets a chance on the forehand. Goes long. Goes down the line and over hits long. Deuce. Puts his hands up in the air. He can't believe some of the mistakes that he's making today, Sinner. Very uncharacteristic. Because he's got the forehand lined up right there. The return was very strong. Back to deuce. Second serve, Kecmanovic. Another opportunity for Sinner. Sinner makes the return. Kecmanovic goes down the line with a very strong backhand. It's in. Game point. Very, very strong backhand. Simone, stop. Stop it. Yeah, good luck biting it now. Guys, sorry. Simone bit into the draw again. Kecmanovic with an incredible hold. Wow. I cannot believe he got out of this game. I can't believe it. Sinner had it lined up. 6-5. Sinner will serve to stay in this second set. Guys, I will be right back. Quick break. There's the inside out forehand winner from Jannik Sinner from the middle of the court, 15 love. Very strong rally. Do you guys want to know who Simone bit into in the draw? Maybe we can go by that on who's going to do well in the tournament. Do you guys want to see who he bit into? Okay, let's see. He put a couple of holes in the draw already. Oh my God, it's so weird. Let's look. Yeah, Simone bit a hole through Martin Damm. Simone bit a hole through Martin Damm. Okay? Simone picks really well, by the way. What a forehand there from Kecmanovic. 15 all. And let's see who he bit through on the women's draw. Oh, he put a hole through Bondar. I don't know about that. That's a wild pick from Simone there, Bondar. I don't know about that one. I don't know about that, guys. A couple of insane picks from Simone. 15 all. Sinner with the incredibly important service game here. Gets a return error from the Kecmanovic off a good second serve. 30-15. You guys are agreeing with Simone's pick. I love it. I love it. You're making arguments for Simone's picks. Second serve from Sinner. Another error on the return from Kecmanovic, but this time more of a forced return miss. With the kicker was very, very nasty from Jannik Sinner. We got 40-15. It looks like we're going into a tiebreak, guys. It looks like we're going to be going into a tiebreak right here. And a 15 hold from Sinner. Nice wide serve. And tiebreak. Forehand drop shot from Sinner. He makes it this time for a winner. You know, this is so interesting because his forehand drop shot has been terrible in this match, Sinner's. You know, he even hit one with a semi-western grip. And in the tiebreak, he makes it. Like, that's what's so clutch about a player like this. You know, he pulls out the shots in the most important stages. That was an excellent forehand drop shot there. Gets a mini break right away. Per serve down the tee. Good chip from Kecmanovic there. And goes down the line with his forehand. Misses it by a little bit. 2-love Sinner. The Kecmanovic had that forehand lined up. He had hit an exceptional chip return. Ace down the tee from Sinner. Chalk flew up on that serve. 3-love. Vagnozzi and Cahill still look a tad concerned. I think they're going to be feeling a lot more comfortable if Sinner comes away with this tie break. Jannik Sinner ripped that backhand down the line, missed into the net, but he went hard on that one. 3-1. The Sinner is playing like Sinner, but with you know, results that are not the same. Let's put it that way. Like there's for sure some unforced errors. Some are caused by Kecmanovic, no doubt about it, but also some easier ones that he's missing for sure, both on the forehand and the backhand side. That right there was more of a forced error, but poor shot selection from Jannik. He went down the line, did not really have a look there. It was very aggressive. You know, I think it's somewhat encouraging if you're a Sinner fan to see this, that he's swinging out because he's trusting his game more, but he's still not there where he needs to be in this match, far from his best. Doesn't do enough with that backhand approach at center. Kecmanovic with a very rock solid backhand pass down the line, and gets the mini break back 3-all. Look, those two backhand errors, I mean, don't think the first one at 3-love was wrong. He ripped it. You can't blame Sinner because he's Sinner, right? He makes that backhand normally. So doesn't mean not making it today. Then the second one was a little bit more low percentage, but he's just not 100%. Huge rally right here. And Kecmanovic overhits a forehand, but that backhand was very long from Sinner, very low and long. And I would put that more in a forced error category there because he got pushed back, was falling back, attempted to hit the forehand inside out, missed it. 4-3 Sinner. Sinner hitting out on his shots. Great backhand return from Sinner. He's got an opportunity here on the forehand. Hits it pretty good inside in. But Kecmanovic with an exceptional running forehand winner down the line. It's 4-all. Sinner could have potentially done a little bit more with that forehand, but he hit it quite well, very long. Maybe it wasn't as wide as he wanted it to be, but a great running forehand from Kecmanovic at a very important stage. Second serve. Another big forehand return from Sinner. Kecmanovic rock solid from the baseline. Sinner applying pressure. Kecmanovic holding steady back there, and Sinner attempts a backhand down the line winner. And he misses again. Third backhand down the line error in this tiebreak from Sinner. A shot that normally produces so many winners for Sinner is nowhere to be found in this tiebreak. Now Sinner serving at 4-5. Has to hold both of these points, or we have a set point for the Kecman. Hey, Forever 25, good to see you in here. Big serve from Jannik, great return from Kecmanovic, good forehand from Sinner. Half court, he comes in, lob from Kecmanovic, overhead Sinner. Down the middle of the court, Kecman gets it back in play, forehand winner from Sinner. We're 5-all. Kecmanovic showcasing his skills right here in this match. On the grandest stage, I mean. Do you guys remember last year Alcaraz Fognini first round? It was 5 sets. Getting a little bit of flashbacks to that one, to that match right here. Sinner with the ace down the tee, 6-5. So, you know, a lot of people ask, like, what's the difference between Sinner and somebody else on tour? Like, you know, one difference is that Sinner does stuff like this. He's down 4-5 and he's rock solid in the rally and he's ripping and the shots are going in, and then it's 5-all and he hits an ace down the tee. That's probably the biggest difference between someone like Sinner and, I mean, Alcaraz, of course, the same as Sinner, and the rest of the tour. You know, it's like he finds his best tennis when it matters the most. His set point Sinner. In a rally, ripping the ball, putting pressure on Kecmanovic. Kecmanovic running, but holding his own. Goes strong backhand. Sinner gets it back. And Kecmanovic with the volley. Sinner runs, lobs. And the best rally of the match right there, that featured a dive from Sinner. Kecmanovic playing like a beast in this match. So solid. Sinner trying his absolute best, but unable to go past Kecmanovic, who was running in this rally, playing defense, and ends up at the net with some spectacular shots, especially that high backhand overhead type shot. But Sinner with the dive. Wow. Sinner with the high five on the changeover. Deservedly so. What a rally, guys. What a way to save set point. Two ways to look at this. You can say, okay, this is incredibly clutch from Kecmanovic, or you can say, you know, if this is what it's going to take to save a set point, this can't possibly be sustained for a long period of time. If this is what I got to do to win a point against Sinner. 6-all. Slice from Kecmanovic and a backhand down the line winner. It's so clean. Set point Kecmanovic. Low slice, very deep, and gets a little bit of loop from Sinner, and he just completely rips the backhand down the line for the cleanest winner. Set point. Backhand from Kecmanovic is something else. Second serve from Sinner. Humongous opportunity right here for the Kets man. Second serve clips the net. Kick serve. Very, very short kick serve there. It barely made it over. He gets another chance right here, Sinner. And there's a set for Kecmanovic, just too good. Applying the pressure on Sinner. Applying the pressure. Not missing. Exceptional tennis. Like I said before, you know, Sinner has not been making a lot of passing shots. And this was such a great play there because he was actually putting pressure on Jannik in this rally. Again, hitting long, especially with the backhand, low. He gets an opportunity, comes into the Sinner backhand, and Sinner gives him a mistake there. You know, the best passer in the world gives him a mistake. It's a backhand long. all the credit to the Kecman for this tiebreak. I mean, he played some of the best tennis, especially the way he saved that set point, the best rally of the match. Followed that up with that down-the-line winner, and then just a rock-solid point on set point on the center serve. Tactically excellent. I mean, an exceptional match from Kecmanovic so far. So this is going to be an absolute nightmare now for Yannick. And like I said, last year it was Alcaraz Fognini 5-set first round. That one had a different feel to it. I think this one has a more dangerous feel if you're a Sinner fan, because a lot of concerning things happening here for Sinner in this match. I really thought, like, once he look, we could be talking a different story right here, because Sinner at 4-5 was playing like his normal self, big time tennis. Ace at 5-all. Set point, he played well. He could have won that set point, but we got to give all the credit to Kecmanovic there. He just was too good. Sinner gave him the high five afterwards. It was too good. So it wasn't so much Sinner's doing, like it was more Kecmanovic taking it from Sinner, which makes it even more impressive. But Sinner was bad and was poor in the first set with a lot of errors. So that's the thing, though. When you lose the first set, you know, it's 1-all sets. Third set tiebreak, it's a lot of pressure. And now he's in a hole. He's in a big hole. It's been 2 hours, 23 minutes. I mean, certainly you can improve upon that statistic now. That he's never won a match past, I don't know what it is, 3 hours and 50 minutes or something. So if he can win this one, maybe he can reverse that. And I don't know who's going to win this one. You know, look, that's the thing about tennis. You make these predictions, but you don't know how a player is going to wake up, how he's going to feel. You don't know. Anything can happen. So I have no idea. I could not tell you what will happen next. All I can tell you is that Sinner is going to need some big time play here. And you know, if he plays it like it's the second set, if he gets a window on the Kecmanovic serve, he can break, serve out the set, even though he faced a break point even in that second set, if I remember correctly. He got out of a game there. So it's going to be tough for Sinner, because Kecmanovic, if he holds this level, he's going to give himself chances to win this match. Now, the big question mark is, can Kecmanovic hold this level? I don't know the answer to that, you know, because it's like, that's the thing about the Grand Slams. You got to win 3 sets against Sinner instead of 2, which is very difficult. So we shall see. It's going to be very interesting to watch what will happen. Certainly a perfect way to start the 4th set. 40 love. Second serve. Double fault Sinner, 40-15. Good time to throw in a double fault is a 40 love, if there is such a thing as a good time for a double fault. But Anna, okay, your question was what's your gut feeling type thing, or your intuitive prediction, or your gut feeling who's going to win. Okay, I'll share that. I got a feeling Sinner going to come through. He'll come through this one. There's a 15 hole from Sinner right there. His body language is very good. And, you know, He reacted really well to losing the first set, and he's reacting well to losing the third set too. So we shall see. Yeah, I remember now. They're talking about, announcers are talking about it. When Hewitt won Wimbledon, the next year he lost to Karlovic in the first round. I remember that. 2003, I think, no? So that would be something else if Sinner ends up losing this. It would be something else. Here's love 30. They're very similar to the second set. They're a little bit of maybe a drop-off from the Kecmanovic early. After winning a set, he dropped the first service game in the second set also, remember? And then Sinner ran away with that second set. He faced one break chance. So let's see if he can do better here, Kecmanovic, and get out of this game. Because sometimes can be a little bit of just a small little drop-off in intensity early in the following set after you had won a set. And it certainly can be especially true when it's a tight set that you've just won. But rock solid here. Wide serve and a backhand winner. And we're at 30 all. But it's just nice to see this guy showcasing his skills because, like I said early in this match, this guy was an exceptional junior. Such a talented player. And in my opinion, he's not lived out to his expectations. This is a player that has a lot of potential, It's a good second serve. Sinner with the frame return. Doesn't get out of the way enough. 40-30. Footwork was not there on that return for Sinner. Drop shot from Sinner goes into the net. That's poor shot selection right there. You don't want to hit a drop shot. You don't want to hit a drop shot from here. That's not a good place to hit drop shots from. So concerning play from Sinner there at 40-30. And we're at 1-all in the fourth. That's a monstrous hold from the Kecmanovic right there. From love 30, 4 consecutive points against Sinner. Up 2-1. 1-all. Wow, wow, wow. Very interesting. Again, the shoe completely bloody from Sinner. The right shoe, we don't know what that's from, whether it's the toenail that came off or he did fall a few times. One time he fell really, really badly in the third set. Sinner with the fist bump. He's very fortunate to have gotten out of that point because that very, very strong return from Kecmanovic. Sinner deflects it and gets a mistake from Kecmanovic. 15 love. right, Sinner, the forehand winner. 30 love. $40 love. Sinner with a good cross-court backhand there. Ace for Sinner. He's up 2-1 in the third. There we go. Okay, guys, let's take a look around the court and see what's happening on the outside courts. Okay, let's see here. Ostapenko threw in 3. Pegula threw in straights. Horan threw in straights. Hurkacz threw Rude in straights. We already talked about Holinska. Bencic with a comfortable win in straights. Paul, very comfortable in straights. Busa in 4. Parks threw. Dam threw. Okay, that's Simone's pick. Dam threw in 4. Shapovalov out. Brooksby threw. Tatiana Maria threw. Putintseva, very nice. Jovic threw in straight sets. Sonmez threw in straights. Rublev out first round. Tien threw in 4. Wow. Kecmanovic serving down 1-2 in the fourth, up 2-1 against Jannik Sinner. 15 love. Very strong rally from Kecmanovic there, continuing to apply pressure to Sinner and draw errors from him. 30 love. It's an incredible backhand from Kecmanovic there. Open stance. What a backhand. Because he was pressured on it. Very defensive backhand, but he hit it so strong. He's so steady on the backhand side, so compact. 40 love. Backhand error from Kecmanovic, 40-15. Exceptional tennis from Kecmanovic there. And a phenomenal hold again. Playing some incredible tennis. If you want to take like a, I think with the exception of that first service game in the second set, Kecmanovic has been flawless in this match. Just rock solid, rock steady. And just forcing, yes, Sinner has been far from his best, making unforced errors, no doubt about it, but he's also forcing Sinner into errors. He missed a return there, but he's made so many returns deep, low. Ace from Sinner there. 30 love. Where's the real Yannick? I'm scared he's not going to show up today. Listen, like I said, in the tiebreak, the real Yannick showed up down 4-5 and played well. Played 3 really good points, but it was just Kecmanovic was too good. It was just simply too good. Don't think that Sinner played poorly at the end of that tiebreak. It was more Kecmanovic who took it from him. So I think Sinner continued to play well early in the fourth. But there's going to need to be like a little bit of a dip from Kecmanovic or Sinner upping his game, stepping it up on the return to win this. Otherwise, this will be a very, very close set because, again, Kecmanovic is playing flawlessly. Will he dip a little bit here and there? I don't know. We shall see. He had that first service game in the set where it was down love 30. Got out of that, but I don't know. He's going to be serving behind one. So as we get to the tighter stages of this set, like 4-3 game, 5-4 game, that's where you would think Sinner will strike and get a break. And maybe if he wins this set, Sinner will open up his game even more, play better in the fifth. I don't know, but certainly Kecmanovic is putting himself in a position to cause an incredible upset here. If he can do this, that would be incredible in the world of tennis. It would be absolutely incredible. I'm telling you that would be different from the Cerundolo match, obviously, because he would take this from Sinner, and again, it would be a very, very bad loss for Jannik Sinner. Obviously, I mean, like the defending champion losing in the first round, but on top of that, there would be a back-to-back Cerundolo and Kecmanovic, back-to-back losses after dominating tour in a fashion like we've never seen before, almost on tour ever. It's just there would be something incredible to see, the turnaround like that. But we're not there yet, okay? Because Sinner is not playing that badly. He's very far from his best, but he's kind of settling into this match. It's been interesting because he's played some of his best tennis after having lost a set. So I thought he played well in the second set, and he's been playing well in this fourth after he had lost the sets. But what's weird with Sinner in this match is that some of this bread and butter is gone. Like usually like when he gets something loopy from the baseline, he's so dominant and able to hit winners from the baseline or make pressure on the opponent. There's been mistakes there, and he's also not returned that well. He has not been returning well. He's missed a tremendous amount of returns, especially off a wide serve on the forehand side. So that could be a little bit getting used to the grass surface. I don't know. But Kecmanovic gives him a double fault there. It's 15-all. So let's see if Sinner can do something out of this game. There's a wide serve. Sinner makes the forehand return this time. Backhand drop shot plus a poor shot selection from Sinner. It's a terrible drop shot, but Kecmanovic gives him a forehand error. And it's 15-30. Now remember when I said if there's a hiccup from Kecmanovic, here's the hiccup. Here's the hiccup. Double fault and a very easy forehand error. 2 gifts, consecutive gifts for Sinner. Let's see if he can hold out of this. Misses a first serve, second serve. They're in a rally here. Kecmanovic rock steady again, and Sinner with another drop shot. This time it's an excellent one. Forehand volley into the open court. 15-42 break points. David says, I'm sorry to ask again, but don't you think Sinner is moving as if he's afraid to slip and fall? I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. It certainly makes sense what you're saying, because he fell so bad that second time he fell, or the third time. He's fallen several times today. I think I'm not really seeing it, to be really honest with you. If you watch that set point in the third, and there's a break for Sinner. Sinner screams and lets out a lot of that tension. And he gets the break 4-2. That was a hiccup from Kecmanovic. He gave him 2 points in a row, double fault, easy forehand. Very interesting from Sinner, too, to play back-to-back drop shots. Backhand drop shot, and then on the next point, he plays a forehand drop shot. Even though they're poor, the drop shot, Sinner continues to go for him, which is interesting. But yeah, back to Sinner being careful when he's moving. The reason why I'm saying probably not, because that set point, he was moving well. He was running all over the place, Sinner. And he even dove there. So I don't know if he's afraid. I don't think so, to be honest with you. Sinner with the ace. This could be the opening of the Sinner game right here. But I thought so in a second set, and that didn't happen. So who knows what the fifth will look like. Michelle Aria, I saw it on X that Sinner has blood on his shoes. Yes, we saw that in the third set. The shoe was bloody. Sinner misses an easy backhand from the half court, 15-all. Certainly there has been a lot of uncharacteristic errors from Jannik, no doubt about it. No doubt about that. There's been a lot of unforced errors. But not in this case. He hits a T serve, gets a chip return back, and hits a forehand into the open court inside out, 30-15. Let court winner from Kecmanovic off a first serve, 30-all. A huge point right here, 30-all point. Let's see if Sinner can come up with a big first serve. Second serve. And a monster second serve from Sinner. He fist bumps. 40-30. 150-mile-an-hour second serve there from Sinner. That's huge right there at 30 all. That's big time tennis. That's clutch tennis. 40-30. And an ace from Sinner. 5-2. How long is the match so far? We can look it up. I think it's been close to 3 hours. Let's see. Let's see, guys. 2 hours 47. It's been 2 hours and 47 so far. Okay, guys, I'll be right back, okay? Super important game here, guys. For Sinner, if he can get the break, he'll serve first in the 5th, which would be a huge advantage. And there it is, set point Sinner. He fist pumps. It's a great return there off a very good tee serve from Kecmanovic. Add out. In a rally. And the Kecman sprays a forehand. And Sinner wins at 6-2. So this set, we're going 5, guys. This set, my question was like in the beginning of the 4th, if Kecmanovic can hold his level, he has a great chance to take Jannik Sinner out, but he wasn't able to do that. He had that hiccup at, what is it, at 3-2, I think, no? Yeah, at 3-2. He had a hiccup. He served, was up 15-love, served a double fault, and then missed a forehand off a really bad drop shot from Jannik, off a backhand drop shot, missed a forehand into the net, I think, and gave him 2 gifts consecutively, and that right there cost him, got broken. So that's a hiccup there. You know, so he didn't hold his level, and he got broken again here. So Sinner serving first in the 5th. I think it's so hard to say, but sometimes in matches like this, first round for a big champion like Sinner, like he lost the first set, didn't play well, won the second set, but the third set was very, very strong from Kecmanovic. So he wasn't able to run away with this match, because Kecmanovic was able to hold his level. He had one bad service game in the second set, but he played well, we could say, even in the second set, you know. In the third, he played exceptional tennis, especially towards the end. So Jannik wasn't able to run away with it. Didn't play his best tennis, I don't think. You know, he was still making some unforced errors. So maybe now that we're going to the 5th, Jannik will find his best tennis finally. And Kecmanovic will continue to give opportunities to Sinner. It's going to be interesting to see. I mean, it's hard to predict because Kecmanovic could have turned it back on, you know, and play well like he did in the third set, but it's a big ask. Interestingly, if we take a look at the match clock, which is important in the context of what's been written about Sinner as of late, we're at 2 hours 53. So what is that magic number for Sinner if he doesn't go past, what is it, 3 hours and 50 or 3 hours and 20? Like he's never won a match that went longer than 3 hours and 50 minutes or something like that. I don't think that the 5th set will go that long. So, 3 hours and 48 minutes. Yeah, I don't think it'll go that long, to be honest with you. Guys, hold on one sec. I just got to take care of something real quick. Night rush. The cats. Listen, you want to have cats? It's a full-time job. Let me tell you. You got to put away like 3 hours a day to take care of those little buggers, because they'll drive you nuts. There's always something. But this brings up an opportunity to talk about Jannik Sinner's 5-set record, since we're going the 5th set here. So I'm trying to find the stats here for Sinner in the fifth set, but I think he's got a negative record in fifth sets. Hold on, let me try to find it. Yeah, I've been seeing this number 6 and 12. I don't know if that's accurate, but I think it's 6 and 12. And he's like against. He's got a poor record in the fifth set, but let's take a look at the results here. It's from Tennis Abstract. Hold on. We'll go through some of these results. So, obviously, he lost to Djokovic, Australian Open this year. So that was 5 sets. So losing to Djokovic, look. Yes, it's older Djokovic and everything, but I mean, he played so well that match. And Jannik Sinner had a lot of chances in that one. It's a tough match, a tough loss. I don't think that you can take anything like alarming out of that one. It was a lot of missed opportunities. It was just Novak who played well. Alcaraz, the one prior to that he lost, Roland Garros 25, that was an exceptional match from Jannik, even though it went 5. Medvedev, Wimbledon was 24 before that. He was sick on that one. I know he was sick. He was saying that he was sick in that match. And the one prior to that, he won against Medvedev. It was in 24. Australian Open final in 5 sets. So that's the Sinner that's been dominating the tour. Because I think like after he won Davis Cup with Italy, that's when he started dominating. In 24, he won his first Grand Slam. So he's lost since then. He lost to Medvedev Wimbledon, where he was sick. He lost to Alcaraz in the semis of Roland Garros in 5 sets. That's not a bad loss, taking 2 sets of Alcaraz in the semifinal of Roland Garros. Alcaraz won that year. He beat Zverev in the final. He lost to Medvedev in Wimbledon. He was sick, like I already said, in 24. And then he lost to Alcaraz again, Roland Garros, 7-6 in the 5th. And then he lost to Djokovic. So nothing sticks out to me as alarming there. And this, like the dominant version of Sinner. Anything other before that, like that's young Sinner, like losing Khachanov 7-6 in the 5th, 2020. He lost to Shapovalov in 5 and 21. He lost to Monfils. No, he beat Monfils in 5 US Open. He lost to Djokovic in 22 in Wimbledon, up 2 sets to love. US Open 22, lost to Alcaraz in 5 sets. Lost to Tsitsipas, 23 Australian Open. Lost to Zverev, US Open 23. I'm not looking at that because that's old Sinner. That's like Sinner prior to him dominating the tour. So I don't see anything out of the ordinary there, to be really honest with you. And here is an opportunity for Sinner to prove that that's what I'm saying is correct. If he does lose this would be a poor loss in a 5 set. You know what I mean? Against a guy that he normally wouldn't even go 5 sets with. A guy that's far away from the top of the game. So this would be something that's very concerning. But losing to Alcaraz in 5 sets or Djokovic, or even Medvedev, even though he was sick there, I don't think that's that concerning. So, as I've said in many previous videos, I wouldn't really look at that 5 set record as something that's so meaningful for Sinner. Because after all, if you look at some of the statistics, he's a clutch player. Like it's likely that he finds his best tennis in the 5th set. Of course, you can make arguments that he wasn't able to do that against Djokovic in that match and against Alcaraz last year at Roland Garros, but he is clutch. He finds his best tennis when he needs it the most. So let's see if he can do that here. I think he can. I think he was going to be able to do that. 40-15. Big advantage to serve first in the 5th set, because there's going to be huge pressure games on the Kecman if we get close here. Ace from Sinner down the tee. Um, Oh, Lajovic is the lucky loser for Fritz. Okay, that's cool. It's nice to see Lajovic get into the main draw. Lajovic's been on tour forever. One-handed backhand. Great player. Another great Serbian player. Let's see if Kecmanovic can continue to serve well and take care of his service games. And that serve right there has been surprisingly working so well for Kecmanovic. That wide slice, Sinner has given him so many return errors of that forehand return. If Sinner wins this, I'd practice slice forehand returns on the deuce side. I'll do that for like 20 minutes if I was Sinner. That shot has not been working at all. And generally, like a lot of errors on the forehand side, just weird ones, you know, just spraying the ball like there. 30 love. And it's surprising because this would be a type of game where you would see Sinner apply a lot of pressure on Kecmanovic. He's given him a couple points there. Here. Another forehand error off a slice serve. And Kecmanovic smartly so just continuing to throw that slice into the center forehand. He's getting a lot of free points that way. 40 love. So 58 seconds in this game so far. And there's a point for Sinner. Good defense there on the forehand. 40-15. And a very comfortable hold for Kecmanovic. One all. Shamir just texted me. He's very worried that Sinner is in the fifth set. He's the biggest Sinner fan, Shamir. I think a lot of Sinner fans are worried. And that's a concerning return game from Sinner. I'm not going to lie to you because I expected him to put pressure there on Kecmanovic. Because he's had success early in the Kecmanovic service games, both in set 2 and to some extent in set 4 too. There was a love 30 game there early, if I remember correctly. Kecmanovic got out of it, but a great point there from Sinner and a fist bump. Like his body language though, Sinner, has been very positive through the entirety of this match. I think like mentally he's been good in this match, Sinner. Not seeing too much negative body language, and he's been pumping himself up and doing the right things. Tell Shamir to get in the chat. I could do that actually. I don't know if he's logged into YouTube though. Hold on. Yeah, let me tell Shamir to get in the chat here with you guys. That'd be fun actually. 30 love. Let me call Shamir real quick. Let me call him. Let me call him. Let me call Shamir. Wide serve from Sinner.
Your call has been forwarded to voicemail. The person you're trying to reach is not available.
Okay. He can't talk right now. Baby's sleeping. Nice serve there from Sinner. 40 love. Nice service game. I'm going to tell you guys what his username is. He's going to hop in a live. He can't talk, but he's going to hop in a live. Oh, wow. Look at that. Incredible hold from Sinner. Again, very positive body language. And let's see if he can do some damage on the return game. That certainly was a very poor return game from Sinner on the previous game from Kecmanovic. But that's a very irritating, the ads from ESPN on every changeover. I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous. I'm gonna rant on this later. I'm gonna let loose on this ESPN because it's very upsetting. It's extremely upsetting. All right, thank you. Let me rewind. I didn't see that last shot from Sinner. No, I can't rewind. Look at this. Yeah, rewind to the ad. Yeah, man. Unbelievably horrible broadcast. It's beyond bad. I mean, I don't have words to describe how horrible it is. I just paid $45 for this, by the way. And I'm trying to rewind to see the last point, but I can't. I can't. No, I can't. Or can I? I can't. I'm rewinding to the ads. So if I rewind, I'm back and the ads get activated. So I got to sit through another 30 seconds of ads. This is so bad. You can rewind. OM Eslin. Where are you at though? Are you on ESPN? When I try to rewind, I can't. Let me log out of it and log back in. Never mind, forget it. I'm not going to rewind. Love 15. Yeah, we're going to rant on this later. You guys are welcome to hop in the chat. Not in the chat, in the comments section later on. But let's focus on this return game from Sinner. He starts it off really well with a nice forehand winner. Love 15. Good serve there. Good return from Sinner. He gets a short ball. Not seen a lot of backhand down the line winners from Sinner in this match. He goes very strong there with the backhand down the line. Love 30. Here, take. You left the door open, by the way. Love 30. Misses the forehand return by a little bit. Good attempt, though. 15-30. Wild backhand error from Sinner there at 15-30. Opportunity missed. He wasn't really pushed on that backhand. There wasn't really that aggressive of a shot from Kecmanovic. Unforced error from Sinner, 30-all. Has anyone else seen, has anyone listened to Radic? He's not on here. I'm on the stream. So there's like two guys that I don't recognize. It's a Henman, I think. I got Henman on here. It's Henman and somebody else. Maybe Radic is on the TV here in the US. I don't know. And it's a fantastic point there from Kecmanovic. Great hitting, draws the error from Yannick. 40-30. Yeah, Henman and Castle. Yeah, that's who I have on here as well. I got Henman and Castle. in my ear, but I don't really hear them. I just want to hear some of the match, because I can't really watch match on silent. I want to hear the ball. But maybe Roddick is on TV. I don't know. I have no idea. Stream is often different, but not all the time. Drop shot from Sinner, not a good one, but you know, even the poor drop shots have been working for Jannik Sinner, which is very interesting. He's had some really bad drop shots, and he's gotten mistakes off Kecmanovic. Hold on, Shamir's in the chat, guys. Hold on a second. That's an incredible point from Kecmanovic there. Add in. Oh, Persian Penguin is Shamir, guys. That's Shamir. That's crazy. Persian Penguin is Shamir. Shamir's in the chat. I see you, Shamir. Yes. You got to turn on the volume. You can hear me. Guys, Persian Penguin is Shamir. Say hi to him. And Kecmanovic with a fantastic hold here. You know, some very uncharacteristic errors from Jannik again in this game. But yeah, it's weird. It's weird. Tight match. Ace from Sinner. 15 love. Look, it's concerning for Sinner fans. I see you guys are nervous, and there's plenty to be nervous about, because Kecmanovic is playing an exceptional match, and Sinner at times looks like he's about to break this match wide open, but then somehow it doesn't. You know what I mean? He has played well through certain portions of this one and been very dominant, but then again, he throws in these weird errors here and there. And also, Kecmanovic has been on fire, playing well. And he's been holding strong in this fifth set. So Sinner with the wide serve and a forehand put away. 40 love. Shamir, have you been practicing? I don't think Shamir can hear me. Shamir says, I think once Sinner wins the first round, he will find his groove and grow his confidence. Well said, Shamir. That's well said, my friend. He needs to get out of this match. Oh, you can hear me. Okay. Yeah, I agree with you, Shamir. Look, it's a nightmare scenario here, but it could be a blessing in a way, you know. Sometimes, not sometimes, very often you'll see guys that win Grand Slam tournaments have matches like this early. There was a match from Becker against Derek, or was it at the US Open? I think it might have been US Open for Becker, where he had match points down in the fifth set against Derek Rostano, or whatever his name is. And he ended up winning the tournament, or I don't remember exactly. Was it Wimbledon? I think it was US Open, actually. And there's countless examples of Rafa and Djokovic and even Federer having matches like this early in the tournament, like down 2 sets to love or fifth set matches, and then they get through that and then end up winning the whole thing. So Shamir makes a great point. You know, it's like it's tennis. You come through something like this, you get a chance to compete again, and you start finding your best tennis. Certainly, certainly possible. But what I'm looking for Sinner here is to actually make inroads on the Kecmanovic serve, because there's been 3 breaks of serve, 2 in the fourth set, 1 in the third, and thought it was quite good in the fourth, but did get those couple of freebies from Kecmanovic in the first break. So I'm looking for Sinner to take the service gain of Kecmanovic and start playing the regular Sinner return attacking tennis, like right there. That was an exceptional point. Finally hitting more backhands into the forehand corner of Kecmanovic and forcing the error. Have not seen too many winners going in that direction from Sinner in this match. Generally, that's a shot that he can hit well so frequently and hit so many winners into the forehand corner with his backhand. Whether it's like truly down the line or it's from the middle of the court inside out. It's fortunate there. He conceded that point initially, Sinner. Didn't run for it, but then once that backhand clipped the net from Kecmanovic, he ran after it, but was too late to it. 15 all. There's the, speaking of backhand down the line winners, you know, I've not seen many of them, but there is one right there at 15 all. Sinner is really tired. I don't see that at all. What do you see him being tired? He looks as fresh as a daisy out there. Body language is like positive. It's got a lot of intensity. He does not look tired at all. Double fault from the Kecman, 1540 Sinner. Please do not step on the computer. Come on. Simone, please. Please, Simone. I'm begging you, get down from there. Come on, this is not, you're going to fall anyway. You're not as agile as you once was. Simone is like 14 years old, by the way. Here's break point for Sinner. Let's see if he can capitalize on this one. He's in a rally. Backhand to the forehand corner and draws the error from the Kecman. And there's the break of serve 4-2. And Cahill and Vagnozzi are on their feet again. Are you feeling better, Shamir? Shamir, are you still nervous? Are you feeling better now? Shamir is the biggest Sinner fan. That double fault is going to haunt Kecmanovic. That was that hiccup we talked about. You know, not having the ability to maintain this high level through the entirety of a match like this. Because look, even though Sinner is far away from his best, like to be able to take him out, you got to be at your absolute best and not have any hiccups, or it's going to be difficult to take out Sinner in a best of 5. Kecmanovic misses a drop shot there. 15 love. Oh, true tennis vibe with the emojis. They're allowed in my chats. It's okay, guys, to do emojis. It's allowed. Maybe don't go too crazy with them, but they're definitely allowed. There's a forehand winner out of the textbook from Kecmanovic. Absolutely perfect. Inside in, rip, winner, 15 all. Let's check the length of this match. Where are we at with the time? 3 hours 22, if I can read it correctly. It's a nice serve there from Sinner. Let's see. A nice tee serve from Sinner right there, 40-15. Okay, 3 hours 23. We're not going to get past that magic timestamp for Sinner, which is like, what is it, 3 hour and 47? But Sinner holds serve 5-2. Yeah, guys, like I said, you know, early in this match, maintaining that level that he had. Well, we talked about this when he won that third set. You know, he played incredible, Kecmanovic. That late in that tiebreak was absolutely spectacular. The way he saved that set point and then that backhand down the line after, and then he pressured Sinner and came in and drew the backhand passing shot error. To be able to maintain that level for another set, as simple as that sounds, that's so hard to do, you know, because especially as you get closer to winning, the pressure increases, and it's likely that, you know, any player will have a hiccup here and there, like with the exception of like an Alcaraz. And even a Sinner that's far away from his best would capitalize on that hiccup, and he'll get the break. He'll serve you out, and you're done. You're toast. So taking out Sinner at the Grand Slam level, more difficult than at the best of 3 level. That applies to other grades too. More difficult to take out Alcaraz, more difficult to take out Djokovic, of course. But a great match from Kecmanovic, nevertheless. Really nicely showcased his skills, showcased his talent level. Certainly has a lot left to prove in his career and can produce some great results. He plays like this. There was that scary fall from Sinner in the third set. Or was it in the second? In the third, I think. And he's been bleeding on his foot. So Sinner hopefully is going to wake up or tomorrow feeling okay. He doesn't seem to be affected by that. Somebody in the chat mentioned that he is moving gingerly and he is not running normal. I'm not really seeing that. Maybe if you take this last point, that would be an example of careful, like he didn't slide into that forehand, he ran through it and missed it on the pass. So certainly that fall looked very, very bad, and hopefully it didn't do any damage to his hip. Even though the foot is bleeding, I don't think that's anything to worry about. That's probably just a nail or something like that, or a blister that opened up. But to me, Jannik Sinner looks top fit. He looks as fresh as a daisy out here. It's been 3 hours and 26. I don't see any signs of fatigue, anything like that. And Shamir makes a good point. The grass is more slippery in the beginning of the tournament. Absolutely, and especially if it's the first match on center court. I mean, take a look at it. It's not even used up at all. Once we get into this tournament, you're going to see that behind the baseline completely chewed up. So yeah, certainly more slippery and certainly tricky in that aspect, because if you remember, Alcaraz last year beat Fognini in 5 sets, right? So it's certainly tricky in that aspect, movement-wise, and also if you want to make a comparison, Fognini and Kecmanovic, there's some similarities with the way they hit, and they can penetrate deep with that low ball, and certainly very tricky opponents, especially when the grass is more slick. So as we get deep into the tournament, I think Sinner is going to get better and better. If he comes through this, of course. He hasn't won the match yet, but It looks like he's going to hold here. 30 love. $15 minutes shorter than Sinner's longest win. What is Sinner's longest win? Tell me that. What is it? Is it 3 hours and 47? Forty love. I was so nervous, Nick, I couldn't even watch your stream. I'm so sorry. I'm back now. Random tennis gal. It's okay. I understand completely. If you're a big fan of Sinner, I understand that it's nerve-wracking, you know? I get it. I was like that too with Nadal. 3 hours, 48 minutes. Okay, thank you, Anna. I don't think he'll beat the record there, but Nuno Borges will be tricky too in the second round. That's going to be a tough match. Sinner's going to have to continue to step up his game. I mean, these guys are tough on tour. Sinner goes for that forehand down the line winner on the run, misses it long, 40-15. Sinner goes down the tee, misses by just a little bit, second serve. Frame return from Kecmanovic, and Sinner wins in 5 sets. Improves his 5-set record. Very tough from Jannik Sinner. Wins the important points. Gets a couple of, hiccups from Kecmanovic. Breaks him twice in the 4th. Once in the 5th. And takes his match. Like I said, some concerning things here with Jannik. The fall that he had didn't seem to be affected by it, but we have to see how, sometimes the stuff like that can show up the next day. Certainly, if you want to look at it apart from the physical aspect, from those falls and stuff like that, a match like this can help. He has not played a lot of tennis on grass. He played an exhibition tournament prior. And certainly something like this, this is a lot of tennis right there. He played 5 sets, so that kind of takes care of not having played anything. And again, comparison to Alcaraz last year, 5 sets against Fognini first round, then, Alcaraz made it all the way to the final. So this certainly helps. It's expected for Jannik to have been rusty because he has not played a lot of tennis since the Cerundolo match. So that certainly makes sense. And we have to give credit to Kecmanovic. He played an exceptional match, especially the way he won that 3rd set, which was incredibly impressive, the tiebreak. Won the best point of the match to save set point in that tiebreak. That was incredible. So Jannik was tested big time, but he stayed tough. I thought that his body language was very, very good, especially after he had lost sets. So after he lost the 1st set, his body language was exceptional. He broke immediately in the 2nd. And even after losing the 3rd, remember, he lost that set point where Kecmanovic played a spectacular point and he gave a high five to Kecmanovic afterwards. So I thought that was very positive. He didn't get negative there. And then even early in the 4th, Sinner was not negative, he was fist pumping, and he looked in control even though he was down. So again, this is champion stuff. This is the big time player right there. And we're gonna mute now this interview. And we're gonna discuss this later. But we're gonna take a look at the order of play real quick, guys. And we're gonna take a look what we're going to cover tomorrow. And we're going to see, we're going to try to plan out the rest of this day, okay? Okay, so we got center court, Djokovic and Sabalenka. And Simone is eating a newspaper right next to me. Simone, stop, please. Come on, stop it. And we got some other matches going on, guys. We're gonna call it a day here, live stream wise. We're gonna call it a day with this one, but we're definitely gonna. Let me check out the order of play for tomorrow. Just give me 1 sec, okay? See if the schedule is out for tomorrow, and then we can make a plan for day 2. But make sure you tune in to my wrap up of day 1 later on today, okay? I'm gonna do a wrap up of the first day, and we're not gonna live stream the Djokovic match because we gotta take care of some business. If I take care of everything, maybe I'll do it. But let me just give you my schedule for tomorrow. This is easy, man. Williams joint. We're gonna live stream that one. All right. I'll see you guys here tomorrow for Williams joint for sure. And other than that, make sure you subscribe to Intuitive Tennis. You know, hit like on this live stream. Make sure you hit all buttons that are available on this video, like go crazy on it. Just don't hit dislike or anything like that's bad. Just hit the good buttons like and all that hype. I don't even know if hype's available for live streams. I don't think so. Just so that you know, the algorithm understands that you like this, and maybe it's going to show it to you more often. And this was certainly a good start to Wimbledon, you know. And Shamir was in the house, the Persian Penguin. Thank you for hopping into the chat, Shamir. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. How about that, okay? We'll see you guys tomorrow for Serena Williams against Maya Joint. That's going to be exciting. And we'll go from there. Take care, guys. I'll see you guys later in my wrap-up video, okay? Take it easy.